You know what's strange? I think my microphone was actually already on. Normally when I start streams it's already off, but I think I fell asleep with the microphone still on. But since I took off my headsets, you probably could hear nothing anyway. Hey Enzo. Hey Nels Clouds. Really? That is strange because I mean I just took off my headset and like put it on like I don't even know where I put it, but I don't know, on the floor maybe? I don't know if it was in a chair on like my desk. Anyway, I would like put it off. Apparently I left it on though. You know, this hadn't even happened, like, I don't know. I mean, I've fallen asleep before. I've fallen asleep on stream before, but, not in the last year or so. When I first started streaming, it happened quite a bit, but I kinda grew out of it. That's impossible. You know, realistically, when I put up a microphone, you can really only hear what's going on close to it, so since my bed is a little bit off from my microphone, even if I had like talked in my sleep, you probably would have not been able to hear anything. Hey, chillin' Eric. I'm good, how are you? You know, eventually I woke up after like 7 or 8 hours and I like went back to my PC because I noticed it was still on and I wasn't quite aware like what that meant. And then I realized that I actually still was streaming. I was almost sure that I had like ended my stream, like closed off the stream, but that wasn't the case. Hey, Angry Oatmeal. Well, I got a lot of sweets, but I only, of course, read them after I woke, so... Hey, Jonito. You know, someone actually like tried to donate like money to me to wake me up. I don't think that's how it works. I mean, when I take my headset off, you can like, I don't know, try little things. It won't bring me back. I mean, you'd have to like come over and like ring my doorbell or something, or I don't know. You know, send me a bomb, like, personally. Or like throw a rock against my window. You know, these kind of things. But they're kinda hard to conduct. Hey, Straw. What happened? Well, I fell asleep to my stream, to the end credits. Like, when the credits were running, I took off my headset, you know, to just relax. But then I fell asleep before I could end the stream, and I was asleep for like 8 hours with the stream still on. And then I awoke and closed the stream. That's what happens. I mean, that's true, I've fallen asleep before, but I hadn't fallen asleep in a year or so. So that was a bit unusual. You know, the worst thing is if I had actually if I had just snapped on the carpet, nothing worse would have happened, nothing bad, but for some reason I woke up in my bed, so apparently I just lay down on my bed. That's always a bad idea because it's just too comfortable. Hey, walk steady. Well, I'm sure the people have streamed all kinds of things unknowingly. That is a very specific scenario. Hey, Guacnosh. What should I tell you about it? I mean, there isn't really much to this story, I just fell asleep. Well, basically, I was falling asleep in the end of the VII credits, so during the credits I just walked off, took off my headset and I lay down, and I fell asleep. And then 7 hours later I woke up, and I realized I still had the stream on. That is all that happens. It's not really a great story, it's just, you know... How do I feel about it? I feel a little bit sad, and... well... I feel like a strawberry cake over it. I kinda mind. But then again, you know, nobody died from it, or did anybody? So I guess it's not really that terrible, is it? I don't remember dreaming about anything. I don't recall any dreams. But I woke up because my computer was just so loud. Apparently it was like heating up or something, and that kind of woke me up. I mean, I don't get, you know, when somebody donates, there's no phone notification. Because I set my, I usually set everything to mute. I mean, isn't Speedrun.com still a fairly recent site? Maybe no one has submitted anything to it yet. Hey Aki. Well, that's another story, but that has only happened, I don't know, maybe 12 times. Did I sleep well? Well, to be fair, I slept quite well, yes. I woke up quite well rested. Well, how do we know that? I don't know. Have you tried doing something crazy in your dream? Usually when I, you know, sometimes when I dream I get the sensation of like falling down a cliff, and then I wake up. You know, the sad thing is that I'm sure it's not my breathing sound, it's just that, you know, I took off my headset, so the only thing you would actually hear is like static noise. I am afraid you didn't actually hear what it sounds like when I breathe. Well, a lot of people do. Hey Mosquito, how are you? You know, maybe because that happened, I should just, you know, as a precaution, just put up an alarm clock or something next time. I mean, I have set up alarms for more pointless things than that. You're standing. That is interesting. Is there more to your standing? Yeah, I remember that. You know, to this day I still don't know why exactly my game froze there in the mid-year livestream sequence, but I have no idea. Well, usually I set my alarms for when I want to wake up, you know. But sometimes I use my alarms to remind me to go to bed. Does that happen often? You know, I am aware that a lot of people have some issue with things that fall into the toilets. I just wonder if that's a common occurrence or not. I mean, if you really have an issue with that, you could at least, I don't know, you could gift away your phone now to somebody else. Would probably still make a good birthday present. Hey, Power Machine. Hey, Naborsky. Hey, Aimlilt. I mean, to be fair, there isn't really much to explain pertaining the sleep incidents. I mean, I fell asleep, then I woke up. That's the end of the story. Well, it happened after my last stream, which was, which ended yesterday. Well, actually the day before yesterday or whatever. I mean, it ended like, 30 8 hours ago or so. And I was asleep for about 8 hours with just a blank screen on the screen. You know, I'm sure there's other people that who've fallen asleep on stream before me, or well, I mean, I don't think I'm the only one who happens to have been sleepy on stream before. No, I couldn't, because when I woke up, my chat froze, like, pretty much just after I fell asleep. So I wasn't able to read any of the things. Why did I die last stream? I don't really know. I probably hadn't slept enough before. And that's a pretty common cause of death. Well, we could say for sure. I don't intend to, but there's always room for surprises. Hey Storm. Well, I slept enough, yes. I think so. I hope so. Oh really? How did you find out I'm a dolphin? What evidence do you have to support that? That is quite accurate, yes. I passed out just before that. Oh really? How do you install a bathtub? It heats the water. Isn't that more of a jacuzzi then? I mean, I don't know of ordinary bathtubs that heat the water. But also, I mean, can't you just adjust the water temperature when you, you know, when you let in the water into the bathtub? more ski. I see. You missed me? You mean between when I first streamed it today, or do you mean when I wasn't streaming for like a month or so? I see. Who's my favorite mods? I can't disclose that. It's like asking me what my favorite child is if I had any children. It's like asking me what my favorite color is. What my favorite shoe size is. That's... I know, that's too personal. I can't answer that. Hey Glass Kinless, yeah, I'm back. How are you? I didn't stop existing, but she didn't really have proof of me existing. Hey, thanks for telling, guy. You know, just like my other ones I've done last time. This is still very much just a de-watched one, since I haven't done anything in like a month or so. But I haven't done this one like more than 3 or 4 times in total yet, so it might not become that apparent that I'm really rusty on this. Oh, you worship Satan? Since when have you been doing worship? Since when have you been worshipping Satan? How do you even worship Satan? Do you swallow bubblegum? Do you put tomato juice on other people's houses? A wout? What do you mean by a wout? Like, like, do you mean like just notes? I guess you mean like there's notes out there that aren't available in English. I mean, I guess you could always try and have Google Translate do some work for you, see if that helps you understand the notes in that other language. You know, but even then you can always like use old words. I mean, there is probably gonna be some things that don't change in the newer worlds, so you already get used to some things just by using older words. Well, so much as for fishing. Oh, in French? I don't know why I thought that would be in French. It seems that French is like the second most common language used on Twitch. Well, I mean, as I said, even by using old notes or like an old route, you can at least get used to the game. You know, there's probably gonna be a better route that has changes, but there's gonna be a lot of things that don't change, so you would already get used to a big portion of the game and the routes. What a slippery question. Well, I guess you will never find out. Oh, so everything is just in French. Oh, well, I I understand that. I don't know. um. Well, I don't really know then. Just hope for the best. Why are you asking? You know, in fact, I have no new stories since last time I streamed, because in those 1.5 days that have passed since then, nothing has really happened in my life that would merit its own story. I mean, I wouldn't call those days boring, but, you know, nothing noteworthy has happened. You know, I get the impression, Mosquito, that since last time I talked to you, like a month ago, something has changed in your life. You're almost like a different person. You're so brash and so out there, and I don't know, you're doing so many painful things, you know, like skating and worshipping Satan and possibly even eating pineapples. Did something happen or something that made you change your life so much? Hey, Billy. I mean, worshipping Satan and Santa is the same thing anyway. I mean, they even have the same letters. You just rearrange Satan and you get Santa, and vice versa. Did you never notice that? They are just anagrams of each other. They're basically the same person. I mean, did you ever see the same person? Did you ever see them both in the same place? Like, probably not. Think about it. You know, I don't know, but apparently, excuse me, apparently, like people in France don't really speak English that much, it seems. I guess that's really the only thing. I don't think they're trying to be closeted. I just assume that. They normally don't speak English very much. Hey, B. Arthur. No, I was actually running 8 first, and then I went 7 last time, so I already had run 8 before that. Well, that might very well be the case. I was doing FF8, and then I was doing FF7, and then I passed out. That is the short summary. I mean, I was gone for like 35 days, which is a little bit more than 1 month. No, I didn't go on a vacation. I was just kind of busy with real life, you know, school and stuff. How was it? It was fun. Until I woke up, then it was like less fun. Wait, so you're telling me that I am Satan? So you're basically just worshipping me. That's neat. Hey, White Wolf. Well, it's like a cult. Do you know any cult that's free? I mean, but then again, you get to talk about tuna and garbage. I mean, I don't know how other cults work, but you know, if you join, I don't know, Scientology, you will probably get to talk about that many great things as you get to talk about here. And well, you can probably also, I don't know, you can choose to wear what you want to wear, and you don't have to shave your heads. You can, I don't know, it's probably the best cult there is. Yeah, I know that. I was watching that. The Scientology documentary. I don't think so, no, but I just have an interest in, you know, cults, North Korea, pineapples, just generally evil things. I don't know, they kind of fascinate me. You don't know what pineapples are? Dude. Yeah, that's the words. Oh, you mean peace? You know, the English word for that is peer. I have nothing against peers, but I don't really like them. You know, when I was a child, I was partaking in an apple fight. When I was a child, I lived in like a small town, and there were like a lot of apple trees just in the entire city. And you know, a couple of times when I was like in grade school, like children just had fights where they threw apples at each other. You know, I think that's actually what set me up to my later pineapple story incidents. My entire life I've been just using fruit to attack people, it seems. Oh, you mean pine cones? I see. Hey, Palky. Thank you. Yeah, this is just one of 5 bosses in the game you can get a preemptive on. You can also get a preemptive on Genova Birth. Snow, and the Turks and Gaga and the Turks and Midgar. I don't trust you yet. Well, maybe one day I will. Pecans. We didn't have these things, you know. Thank you. See you. You're making voodoo dolls? That's cute. This mod? Which mod do you mean? Well, thank you, Storm. See you. Yeah, cute is a fairly strange concept to begin with. I mean, I don't really know what cute means. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. I have difficulties deciding what cute actually means. Oh, in less than 8 hours? I don't really think so, no. I don't know, but that would be a major improvement. I mean, I can definitely get less than 8.5 hours, but less than 8 hours? I really don't think so, no. You know, maybe less than 8 hours and 15 minutes, but less than 8 hours, I don't really think so. Yeah, this is like, just, NoSlots. Plus, well, all optional bosses, which are like the weapons, the VII bosses, and Lost Number. It means childish. Oh, I see. You know, I realized what was missing in the world and the other day, like yesterday, and I'm gonna work on that. You know, I had an epiphany. I realized that I have to do something, and I'm gonna work on that. I can't really disclose it though. I mean, why would you even go naked? Go swimming naked? A distressing rumor? What distressing rumor is that? I mean, I guess I can't really relate or, well, judge. Because I don't live by the beach. I don't even like the beach, you know, the beach is a dangerous place. I have been to beaches in my life, and when I was at the beach, pretty much all the time, it was a bad time. One time, I cut my foot on a glass shard. One time, I saw a dog. And one time, there was a really old, really naked man that collapsed. Those were all very traumatizing experiences. I don't know which one was the worst, but probably a dog. So I try to avoid beaches, and since I don't live close to a beach, that's usually fairly easy. This one time at band camp, what's that supposed to mean? Really? I never saw American Pie now. I haven't really seen many movies. Yeah, Jesus, thank you. Maybe her name is just Stolen Pony. Also, isn't it actually almost summer already on the northern hemisphere? You know, yesterday I was like outside and there was sunshine and it was actually almost warm and the trees, they were green and people on the streets, they weren't freezing to death. They were eating ice cream. Is this a sign that summer's happening? Pick one. Why do you make me pick? Well, you're welcome. But you live in Spain. I've never been to Spain, but I hear it's warmer there. So, I don't really know what that means. Hey, Dr. Key. You know, I think if we're getting an E there. If I had to fight either a tuna-sized tuna or 100 cat-sized palkies, who would I fight? I would probably just stand back and see how those two fight each other. Not really. I probably would be either F7 or F8, but I don't know. I don't really have a favorite one. Sort of gunblades. Well, to be honest, the gunblade is pretty much a very stupid idea to be tell you what I think. So I would have to choose the Buster Swords, because the gunblade is just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, to be honest. You know, Gimlet is like combining a fork with a telephone. It doesn't really make a good weapon. Well, thank you. See you, XP. Thank you. You mean why did I take the standard instead of the elevator? And going in front? Because this is actually faster, yeah. Hey, you beaver. This is 7 screens of stairs, maybe 9. I don't quite recall, it's 7 or 9. And if you count the levels, they actually add up to 59, so that's a nice detail. Yeah, I just started an hour, 10 minutes ago. I mean, if you go inside front, you have to fight battles, and that's just actually slower. And then you take the elevator, and well, on the elevator you have a random outcome. If like things go perfectly, it can be faster, but you know, on average, it's much slower to take the front entry. possibly. It's not really pulling a 7, or is it? I mean, that happens to like everybody every now and then. Unless you do it extremely carefully, but also extremely slowly. Oh really? Looks pretty cool. Whatever, it looks pretty cool. Yes, you do. You fight Schizo, and you really want to get the element material for that. How many optional bosses are there? I mean, there's the weapons, Ultimate, Emerald, and Ruby. There is Snow, the boss that guards the exam material. There's Lost Number, and there's Yodo and Webs in Wutai. And then there is the Chokes in Gongaga, the Chokes in Midgar, and there's Proud Clods. So there's quite a few actually. I mean, sure you can, it's just slower. I mean, there really isn't anything that if you don't get it, you can't do it anymore, but if you don't get a certain thing, it just makes the entire thing much slower. Hey, Q-Dog. Yeah, it's faster, but no one really uses that version. To be honest, no one actually has it except for me, I think, that wants this game. I mean, there's a Japanese PC version, I have it, I've used it before, but you know, pretty much nobody else has it, and it's quite a very annoying task first to just get the version, because it's only sold in the Japanese Square Enix store, And if you're not Japanese, then getting that version is really an issue, because you need to first have like a Japanese proxy server and a Japanese credit cards, because they don't accept any other form of payment, and it's all very annoying. I mean, you can do it, but no one really bothers to get it, so everyone just uses the English version. I mean, that's another version, that's the original Japanese version, that's like the first version of the game, and that's only on PlayStation. What I meant was the Japanese PC version, which is just like this version. There's pretty much no difference, except for the language, and there's actually a couple more glitches in that. The version you mean is actually the Japanese original version, which is only on PlayStation, so... Well, I got a Japanese credit card, obviously. Well, good night, Mosquito. See you. Continue your worshipping of Satan. Well, I just wanted to have it to give it a try and see how it works and all. So that's pretty much why I got it. It was fun. But, you know, I don't really use it much anymore. But it only cost me like $20 to $30, so no. I guess it was worth it. Can't complain. Yeah, this is my first one tonight. I didn't even want to, well, I shouldn't have renamed it, whatever. Well, I definitely played it for more than 30 hours. I played the version for like, I don't know, 100 hours or so. I had a couple of runs on it. I mean, I used it quite a bit, but not anymore. Yeah, this is All Bosses. Thank you. Well, as I said, you have to follow the step counter. The one that I use in this one actually allows you to get preemptive naps. It's not really precise, as in you might not always get it, but I mean you can just watch the VODs and just follow the steps I do there. My favorite boss is probably still Ruby Weapon. I like that battle quite a bit. You know, when you fight like the weapons casually, they're kind of hard and all, but in this one, Ruby is quite the pushover. Well, this one is basically 100%, just minus all the grinding and all the other stuff, like, you know, getting items and stuff. So, it follows the boss strategies pretty much exactly, which means that for like the first 6 hours it will be about Tifa, but eventually Tifa will become useless, and I will change her out for other characters, namely Jaffe and Vincent, with Cloud being the main damage dealer. Which boss do I hate the most? I don't really hate any bosses. I don't know. I guess there are some bosses that are quite annoying. I think in FF7 it's Nova Life, because if she gets to use Aqualung, everything becomes pretty dumb. In FF8, I don't really know. FF8 bosses are more or less, all of them are pretty simple. I mean, sure, you can I used the water ring already, but if she gets to use Aqualung, because you only have one water ring, the other characters won't survive it and they will die. And then you have to like get them up, and because she attacks like every turn and kills a character, it's very hard to just get her to you know, get set if she gets to use Aqualung. I mean, you wouldn't die, but it would just take, you would lose a lot of time, because you might not be able to, you know, to set yourself up fast, and it's a very annoying opening if she uses Aqualung first. Wet Dragon. I never really had an issue with Wet Dragon. I mean, FF7 has a couple of somewhat annoying bosses. There's also Demon's Gate, and there's Kariyama. FF8 on the other hand has pretty much none of those. I really can't think of any boss in FF8 that would be even only slightly dangerous. To the same extent. Why should I want to do that? I think you're asking the impossible. That's like asking someone to cause a car crash. Please. Try something less sadistic. He doesn't know. I mean, he's basically assumed to be dead, but in Advent Children he's there again. Probably because they didn't... I mean, in FF7 kills off most of the characters, like pretty much all of Shinra dies. But because they realized it's quite a successful game, they made like movies out of it, so they had to kind of get their characters back. You know, I think that's what happened. I mean, some people say that he was not supposed to die, but the way it's portrayed in FF7, it seems that his death is kind of assumed. And they just didn't really think about that, you know. I mean, they didn't... I'm sure they didn't expect to make Advent Children in the first place. But once they did, they... you know, they kind of killed off too many characters. They also kind of killed off Zeng, but then he's... I mean, Zeng also survives this game. Somehow. Why would you think that Rufus would be the last boss? I mean... I don't quite see how you'd even assume that. Who was in that? That was Heidegger and Scarlet. Two Shinra executives. And they all died. I mean, you just see him wounded, but... I mean... who's gonna come there and help him? Why can't you use it into the first day? I mean... why? I wonder. Well, why would they need a steering wheel anyway? I mean, they have used other things in other games. I mean, FF8 has the garden and steering fellas. It's not like every car needs a steering wheel, does it? Maybe it's self-driving, it just seems as if Aerith drives it, but it's actually just, you know, self-driving. No, it doesn't really matter where you are, just, you know, you should be between the bikes and the car. And then you have to swing your swords. If you do that, the wet bikes won't attack you. But the blue and orange bikes, they will still go to your car. So you have to kill off those, and then just keep 3 red bikes. And they will just stay away then. If you continuously swing your swords. If you did nothing, then I would still attack you, but if you use your swords, they will sit away. Hey Medric, thank you. Hey, thanks, Plates. No, I think that's meant to be. I don't see why that's a glitch. Yeah, that's true. Hey, thanks, Ellie. Why are you still so hungry? Maybe you haven't eaten anything. Maybe you, no. When did you eat last? What did you eat last? There's many questions I haven't been given answers to. You ate poached eggs. What exactly are poached eggs? You know, this might sound strange now, but are poached eggs when you like put eggs in a pan and then you do something to them, then you have poached eggs. You know, this might also sound strange, but I don't really eat eggs, like, ever. Hey Shinji. Any Easter eggs? I mean, it's kind of hard to say what you would count as an Easter egg and whatnot, but there was, you know, a couple of small things that might qualify. I don't really think I ever found anything like myself. But there are probably some Easter eggs, yes. Yeah, I'm having a good day. How are you? You crack them into boiling water. Can you post a picture of poached eggs? And like, how many poached eggs do you have to eat for it to be a meal? Yeah, I fell asleep last time after I went FF8 and FF7. In the credits of FF7, I took off my headsets, and then I'm not really sure what happened afterwards, but I woke up in my bed like 8 hours later with the stream still on. That's what happens. Hey Twy. Dudes. Those things look like silkworms. Are you sure those are eggs? I don't know. Hey Tails. No, it's not a warp, but you can't do the calm skip in this version. Like, how does it look like in the end? Dude, that's what they look like. Do you eat them on a bread or something? I have no idea what these things are. But they look like, you know, they look like breast implants with something on top of them. I don't know. They look kind of spooky. Are you sure you can eat this? Maybe there's a reason why I never ate poached eggs so far. This doesn't look very tasty, to be honest. So how do you make poached eggs? I mean, do you need some futuristic poached eggs? Cooking stuff, because I don't even have a toaster. So I'm sure that's not gonna work out for me, I'm afraid. Hey Lonan. I don't have a toaster, yeah, that's true. But I have a bowl, so I can eat cereal. Oh, you don't? Well, I guess that's hope. You enjoy frying breads? Do you mean just enjoy the act of doing that, or do you enjoy eating fried breads? You know, because I think I would enjoy a lot of things. Like, I don't know, setting pineapples on fire, but I don't think I would enjoy eating that afterwards. You know, what I was thinking is that I should, because I haven't done that before, I should probably like make a video showing how to surf tuna. Can you believe that I don't even have a video of that yet? I definitely have to do that at some point. You know, I woke up yesterday and I realized for some reason I had this urge to think about that, and I was quite shocked that indeed I have no video of how to eat tuna. So that's one of the things I need to do like very soon, to make a cooking video, including canned tuna. Hey, Fox must die. Voice acting, well, I didn't want to say oh my god. Maybe. Hey, thanks, Nymeds. I never played Crisis Core. Traditional fish and chips. Is there like a modern variety of fish and chips? Oh, I see them. Well, I keep that in mind. You think I'm Chinese? I'm actually Franco-Korean. Why do you think he has such long hair? He just has a very long wig. That's two different things. What's the liquid? I don't know. Oil, tuna juice, tomato sauce. I'm not entirely sure. Why do you think I would know? What happened to me? Well, it's a long story, but basically I fell asleep on stream, and then I woke later, then I turned off the stream, and that's basically what happens. Well, I left out all the details, you know, about me transcending to a new plane of existence in between all of this, and, you know, overhearing a murder outside with people killing each other. It was all very traumatizing and all, but I just cut short to the main part. No, I don't need a chocobo. Nobody really needs a chocobo. Chocobos are kinda useless. Well, if you like that kind of thing, then indeed you missed it. It might happen again sometime though, so there's hope. F of 10 once, Y of 10 once. Hey Breezer. It's going not so bad right now. Well, good for Twitch to send you an email that I'm streaming. I mean, to be fair, this is another one. This is, I've only run this like 4 times before, so this is definitely much less optimized, which might be one of the reasons why I'm actually still ahead, you know. This one is just much less optimized than the other one. Well, I have done nothing in a month, actually, so, you know, it takes a while to get good at stuff and get back. That's good. Yeah, I mean, they not only deal a lot of damage, but they're also very efficient. They are very cheap, and nothing really compares to that. Yeah, I mean, there's other attack items, but Molotovs don't really have the same kind of role as grenades. I mean, you use Molotovs for a little bit, but they're much less important than grenades. I mean, you could go without Molotovs entirely, but you couldn't really go without grenades in this speedrun. I mean, this is still a pretty new one. Like, I wasn't the first one to run this. Like, Ellie went this first, and that was like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago. No one really did this. I don't know why, but this is actually quite a fun one, but no one really did this. So... yeah, it's not the hyper boost, it's a power boost that X items only 2 drops. And whenever I get that drop, I skip the Zell card, yes. Do I like football? What do you assume? Well, I currently have the world record for this, because ever since I did my one, no one has really done this again. So it currently is 8 hours and 32 minutes and 41 seconds. That's a new one. Oh, you did? How can you spend 20 minutes on that? To just jump up? You know, if you don't know the spot, you can just jump up twice, like on the same spot, and you will get up. But I guess you don't know that, so you didn't know that. But if you, I mean, there's one spot where you can jump up. But if you don't get that spot, or don't know where it is, you can just jump up twice without changing position, and you will get up. Yeah, I guess that's true. How can you miss that? Dudes. Oh, 5. I never played anything before 7 myself. I guess I should try those earlier ones at some point, but I haven't gotten around to do that yet. The first game I ever played, I think, was Mario Kart 64, but there wasn't really anything to complete because there was nothing to unlock in that game. Monkey Islands. You know, I never played that game, but I've heard of it. I don't quite know what it's about. Who wants to be a pirate. That's it. Sounds intriguing though. Well, thanks Dex and that. How many dead webs did I see? Recently, actually none, to be honest. Hey, Maywits. It's about a guy who wants to be a pirate, then falls in love with the governor, who's then kidnapped by the evil zombie pirate Megatron. I don't know what that even means. Sounds like a great plot though. I have no idea. Hey, everything. Well, sure. You know, the thing though is that in this category I actually still have the world record. But, I mean, I can still improve it. Yet, I already have it. It's 8:32:41 for this. I think she did, because I saved quite some time on this, and, you know, missing... I mean, even though stop is not really likely to hit, I have only rarely seen it miss, so that was good. Hey, Panjo. Tell the song. What song? There is no song. The song is just a myth. It's a lie. The song is a lie. I'm feeling good, yeah. How are you? I feel not on the verge of falling asleep on stream again, but well, you never know. I have fallen asleep on stream before, yes. Maybe even very recently. That's unfortunate. Normally you shouldn't get 2 encounters on the way to Corel. Any ideas? What do you mean? Oh, well. I do have some ideas, yes. See you, Medowick. I think this is bad. No, wait, this could be still okay. Yeah, you can use different programs. I'm using live splits, and works quite nicely. I mean, this is only all bosses, so I don't need the Earth Millets. I don't need any items, which is very neat, because it saves quite some time. So I won't get the Earth Millet or any other item, really. If I could only choose one FF character. Wow, this is first try. This is actually very good. That's cool. I mean, yeah, this is only like 8.5 hours, and there's reasons why this is so significantly shorter than 100%. Well, I like this one. I just, you know, have to understand at some points if I want to, you know, not forget about this. I might do something after this one, in this stream. But, you know, there's enough reason to just run this. It's quite fun. Well, there's different options I have. I could, you know... I don't know yet. The best chocobo? What does that even mean, the best chocobo? Like, how do you... What do you mean by the best? The most useful one? The tastiest? The prettiest? The heaviest? The most radioactive? I don't know. Well, I would assume they emit all three types of radiation. I mean, look at them, they look really radioactive. You know, I've listened to this game and its music so much, I don't really get any feelings anymore out of it. To me, it's just all combined music by now. Like, I don't even really notice it's there anymore. I mean, I like some of the tracks in this game, but I don't know. Usually it just all feels... I don't know. I've listened too much to it. favorite of the 7th theme. I like Genova's the battle theme for the final Genova battle. That's called Genova Absolutes, and I like one track called Reunion. That's played in some places, in Northern Cave and in the Whirlwind Maze. And I like the track that plays on the cargo ship. It's called It's Hardest Than Both Feet. Those are probably my favorite ones. Yeah, Arcane, thank you. Hey, Kfla. Thank you. Barrett is a great viewer, you know, he probably has X-ray. I might do something after this, yes. It's unfortunate that Tifa got paralyzed because I once heard to use manipulation this. Thank you. Well, because I had the battle just close to the end of the screen, and in the Steam version, or just on PC in general, if you do that and you change screens before the screen fades in again, you the background theme doesn't always update. Where do I normally quiet this run? That's quite variable. I don't really know yet, but I probably will do something after this. But I'm not sure yet entirely what. Yeah, it went pretty much perfectly. He didn't get a first turn, and he didn't get a final attack. So, that's pretty much the optimal outcome. What happens? Well, that depends on what you want to do. You can cry a little bit inside, or you know, I don't know. You can explode, or go to the bathroom, or not, or I don't know. It's really very much up to you what you want to do. How's the FF9 routing going? I haven't done that in quite a while. It hasn't really been going anywhere recently, because I haven't really done it. Hey, men's room. What the fuck just happened? Why did it slow down? I don't know. That's weird. That is the one encounter. I have to get a harpy to learn Aqualung, but that's not a harpy. I mean, not in a 1, but I know it's possible. Well, actually I have, but only by 2 forks, which doesn't really do much. But there's also an ambush with 6 forks, which is like utter destruction. I need to learn Aqualung here, which I just did. think I sell something, but it's not in my notes because I don't have enough money. Oh, actually I do. That was stupid. I thought it cost 10,000, but only 5,000. This is bad. This is also the wrong encounter. That's unfortunate. Dude, just run away. Why don't you escape? Yeah. If I could be an animal, what would I be? This is a great question. What about a human? Kinda works out. Well, none of them have spells that stop you, but Ruby Weapon can paralyze you. You know, I recently read about sharks, and I read quite some interesting things about them. I read about the intrauterine cannibalism in sharks. You know, apparently when a shark is pregnant, and they have like shark babies, very often like one of the shark babies, if there's more than one, eats up the other one like alive inside the womb. It was pretty interesting as a read. It's a great read. You should Google that. Hey gamer cheeks. Where have I been? Well, I haven't really been anywhere, I was just kind of busy, you know. But I have some more time now, so I can go back to streaming. It's actually called a Delpho-faggy, which means like eating of your brother. And pretty much only sharks are known to do that. I mean, apparently there's like stories of, you know, of humans doing that, but it's only documented for sharks, cases of intrauterine cannibalism, and I found that quite remarkable. Somebody mentioned sharks, and then I mentioned that I read about this great topic of intrauterine cannibalism in sharks. You know, I only read about it like yesterday, so I felt the need to mention that. Well, I try to learn things, you know, every day. Eating McDonald's? Are you eating like food from McDonald's, or are you sitting outside McDonald's and eating the walls? Like, are you trying to demonstrate to vandalize, to just, you know, destroy McDonald's by eating up the building? Or are you eating something from McDonald's, which I guess might be more likely? thought so. But I guess I couldn't be entirely sure. So I asked. Double cheeseburger? I've heard of that. You know, where I live, you can't even get that. Like, they don't actually make that here. They have, like, none of that. You mean an FF7? That's quite neat. I mean, if it was your first one, then it doesn't sound bad. A good side dish with tuna? Well, pretty much anything, you know. Pickles, vegetables, fruits, chicken, car tires, I don't know. No, I haven't. You don't like ketchup, or do you not like too much ketchup? I mean, if you go there, can't you ask them to not have ketchup on them? Like, just especially for you? I mean, I don't really know how much they do, like, custom stuff, but I would assume that if you ask them to make one for you without ketchup, I guess they could do that. I don't see why not. You know, where I live, you can buy like pre-cooked hamburgers in supermarkets. You just have to put them in microwave. But they taste really plastic. They taste like plastic. And I don't know if if they are worse or better than McDonald's burgers. Hey Jeff. This is unfortunate. this isn't any percent. This is still all bosses. I mean, this is not any percent, but it's not 100%. If you mean just that. Ah, this is stupid. Cloud should not have died. I hate this. Well, it's very strange. I mean, how would you even define that in F7? It seems kind of dodgy. Well, it's to deal exactly 1 HP of damage. Because if you use mini all, it lowers the chance for a mini to work. If you combine something with mini, a status effect, or some materia that should cause status effect, the accuracy is reduced to 2/3. So, I mean, I would probably still have a higher chance of getting it on anyone at all, but I would prefer to have it on T-file. So if I use mini all, I have a lower chance of getting it on T-file. Dude, what's wrong with this? Hey, Purzu. It's just about the damage, you know, he starts with 8,400 and I wait for 2 poison ticks, and that's 2 times 262. And then, you know, because bio damage is variable, the damage of the first bio magic, I have to get 99. So if I'm short, I can just add 1 damage till I'm exactly 99. That's to make sure he gets to exactly 7777 Material Keeper. I mean, it's not a glitch, no. No, that's also not a glitch, that's just how the game works. I mean, I think it was unintended, but it's not a glitch, it's just, you know... It's probably just an oversight, if anything. Thank you. I mean, if you want to argue that F7 has poor programming, you don't really have to look that deep. I mean, there was this one thing called W item glitch, and that is extremely obvious to find, and it's pretty strong. It's a pretty big glitch, you know. I mean, that's an extremely powerful glitch, and it's extremely easy to trigger. So that's one of the biggest signs that FF7's programming is not exactly great. I mean, yeah, but there's also like hundreds, literally, of other glitches in FF7. But that's probably the best known, the most well-known one. You know, Palma doesn't actually die from this. You can, you don't get to see him again, but you get to hear him again. So he's supposed to survive that. That's too bad. That's too late. I probably could have done that, yes, but you know, you have to ask me in advance for those things. I am very sorry. Maybe next time. Yeah, I was lucky that Palma actually attacked Cloud, so he got a limit break. Then I could power soon. Well, how can you say that poison Lucky 7th is encoding oversights? Maybe it was intentional. I mean, frankly, W item is pretty much obviously a glitch, isn't it? I mean, I don't know, but it seems more glitchy than Lucky 7s with poison. I mean, you would have to ask them if they intentionally wanted that to be, or if they just oversaw, if they didn't think about that. And, you know, since no one would probably ever talk to the developers of 7 about that, you can only really speculate. Yeah, that's how poison works. It's considered as attacking. It's considered as attacking yourself. That's why Lucky 7's kills you then, because you basically are attacking yourself with poison. I mean, I don't think you will know for sure, ever, so, you know. The one in your half. Do you mean heart? Do you mean hearth? I don't know. Well, yeah, that's true. FF7 has literally hundreds of glitches. I'm not exaggerating, that's how many glitches there are. I mean, you might not really know most of them because they're fairly minor, but there are quite a few. You know, I don't know. I mean, I know all of the dates, so I don't really care. I like the Juffy dates, because it has Juffy. Do I like tuna in a can? Well, I like canned tuna, but I prefer it to come out of the can. You know. I prefer it to be in a bowl, you know. I like canned tuna, but only transition heavy. Like, I prefer the tuna to come out of the can on a plate or on a bowl, so I can eat it. If you know what I mean. item. I don't know, he just hasn't streamed in a while. I don't really know. I mean, FF7 has not really any hugely OP item, I guess. I'm not so sure actually. I don't know. I mean, what kind of item would you even use in real life that's from FF7? I mean, greens? I don't know. Maybe you could sell them as wheat to some unsuspecting horns. But apart from that, I don't really know. FF7 items don't really seem that useful in real life. Well, how would you know that that's how an elixir works? I mean, it's kind of a stretch to interpret how FF7 items would work in real life, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's not really a kiss, it's just, you know, a tongue. It's not a tongue kiss, it's just a kiss on the cheek, which is not really anything. It's actually an item. Maiden kiss cures fog. But what would a maiden kiss do in real life, tell me? The main girl. You must be referring to Matron. aka Matron. I mean, FF8 is a futuristic, very progressive society. They don't burn witches on the stake, they just put them in, you know, in cryostasis forever. can get FF8 on Steam if you want to. You can play it on your PC, and you're too cheap to buy it. Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad. What would I call high quality tuners that each company wants? And would Mike Sid take high quality? You know, personally, when it comes to foods, I don't care about the texture. Apparently that's a thing, that people like to comment people's on food's texture, but when I eat stuff, I never really thought about the texture of stuff, and I generally don't care about the texture of foods. I just can't relate to people who you know, just like food based on texture. I mean, when I eat stuff, if I care, I think about the way it tastes, but not about the way it feels. So I would only really be able to judge its tastes. I don't really like crispy stuff, no. Well, to me texture is like a nothing. I don't care about texture. No, I don't. I don't care about the texture of things, or if they're crunchy or not. I just couldn't care less. just to eat rabbits. You know, when I was a child I actually had rabbits, and I was quite shocked because I thought of rabbit as something that you wouldn't eat, but apparently people eat rabbits, and I don't know, rabbit kinda just tastes like pretty blunt beef. Well, I didn't eat a pet rabbit. I was given rabbits to eat, you know. I don't really know where you buy rabbits to cook or whatever, but I didn't even, I mean, I had a pet rabbit, but I don't think it was eaten. I don't really know what happened to it, but I don't think it was eaten. Yeah, and I have killed some rabbits. I'm not a hunter, but I have a bike, and sometimes when I like drive my bike and I drive through a forest, there's rabbits that cross the streets, and you know, sometimes when I try to just, you know, drive through the forest, the rabbits cross the street and, well, they die somehow. I guess you can guess how and what. Thank you. No, it's just an ordinary bike, not a motorbike. On your Game Boy Advance? I'm afraid not. Hey, Bimu. 600 million? That's quite remarkable. I didn't know Australia was known for having a huge rabbit population, but that sounds interesting. What is my favorite character? It's the character from VII, and the character is called Mr. Dolphin, and he's a dolphin, I mean, and he's a mister. He's Mr. Dolphin. Do I need any other reason to prefer him over everybody else? Well, Tifa has a weapon called Power Soul that makes her deal more damage if she has depth sentence and critical HP. In fact, if she has depth sentence, she deals 4 times normal damage, and if she has critical HP, yellow HP, she deals double damage. If she has both, it's 8 times damage. So, that's why. Hey, Grubby Gamer. Yeah, I'm alive, apparently. Maybe it was a soft because I was petrified. You know, the thing is that you couldn't hear any of that. I mean, what you heard was static noise, and I'd like to contest the idea that I snore, audibly at least. How do you know how tired I normally am? I don't know. People seem to enjoy speculating about my level of tiredness. I don't know. Usually I'm not tired, but sometimes I am. And usually, you know, mostly only when I am really tired you will notice, which will be quite noticeable because things happen when I'm really tired. But that's quite rare. You know, I read that currently there's some kind of kangaroo on the one in, I think, Melbourne or so that is keen on attacking people. And you know, I couldn't believe it until I saw the pictures. I mean, even kangaroos attack you in Australia. Isn't that just shocking? I always thought of them as like peaceful animals, but apparently that's not the case. Well, that is the common idea, but nobody really knows for sure, I think. But it's believed I am, yes. You know, apparently, just the weaponophobia is a pretty common phobia. I don't know how prevalent it really is, but it's probably one of the most common phobias, next to, I don't know, fear of flying and whatever. I don't know what people are afraid of. Injections. I don't know. Claustrophobia. Decatriophobia. People still afraid of the dentists. It seems so silly to me. I don't know if there's a word for that. The fear of dentists. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were. Don't forget trypophobia, which is a pretty uncommon one. It's a fear of things with uncommon patterns and holes in it. You know, like beehives and patterns and flowers and petals. It's kind of strange, but it's apparently quite common. You're a dentist? I mean, you can Google trypophobia and you will see what it's about, and you will see if you have it or not. And if you have it, you will be freaked out, I'm sure, because it's quite apparently it's quite a strong one, I hear. That was a good fight. You didn't use Aqualung. You wonder what it triggers? I don't know. Probably just a general feeling of discomfort, as with most phobia. Isn't there also phobia that relates to just ducks? Or the phobia of ducks staring at you? Which is like, I'm wondering if that's an actual one. I'm not sure. Hey, chicken coop. Is it an actual thing, or did people just make it up? I mean, it sounds strangely specific. You know, there's also the fear. I mean, it's not really a phobia, but it's just a superstition of Friday the 13th, and that one is actually called, I think, parascavidecatriophobia. It's a strangely specific name, but it's basically just Latin or Greek for Friday the 13th phobia. A fear of tuna? Well, why would anybody have that? Of course not. It makes no sense. Yeah, I think I've heard of that, xanthophobia, but I don't know if it's real or if it's made up. I need more evidence to decide. Why did I go down? This is stupid. I don't need this material, oh my god. This is a waste of time. At least I have the Amazing Magic Plus now. I can probably use so many things, including nothing really useful. Well, this one includes all of the weapons, so you will see them. I mean, that's why it's called All Bosses. Well, if you haven't seen the battle before, then you probably will be surprised. Because it's extremely short and, you know, kind of unusual. You know, it's really sad because you couldn't actually see me sleeping. I mean, even I don't know. You couldn't even hear me sleep, which probably is not better. Wow. What's with all of this passive aggressiveness that's being poured just at my face? Somebody actually said I snort, and now somebody says I have bad breath. Where will this end? I don't know. I mean, what could possibly come now? My shoes are ugly? I dare you to say that. You know, when I have dreams, I sometimes, I mean, actually I'm mostly doing English these days, You know, when I have like discussions in my dreams, I generally have them in English, not in German, but it depends. Wow, that was good until now. Yeah, Twitch doesn't really do anything in that regards. Somebody told you your toilet was ugly? Wow, that's rude. Why would somebody tell you that? That's devastating to hear. You don't need to hear that. You know, when I was a child, I was afraid of elevators. I wasn't claustrophobic, I was just afraid of elevators. I don't really know if that's a genuine phobia, but I'm not afraid of elevators anymore, but as a child I was quite traumatized. I just couldn't stand the thought of going into an elevator. So whenever I had to like take one, I just couldn't go there because I was too afraid of elevators. I don't even know what I was afraid of. But I couldn't enter an elevator, it was just impossible. I mean, I generally prefer the stairs because the stairs are more fun. They're more adventurous to take than the elevator. Wow, that's a very strange fear. to be honest. Another preemptive, that's cute. This is another boss you can get a preemptive on. Snow. That's good, actually. No, not Vincent, but the boss that you have to kill to get him. Lost Numbers boss. What flavor is it anyway? What ice cream are you eating? Any spooky stories? Well, I mean, what would you call spooky? What kind of gist would there be? Like somebody dying? Somebody being asked to participate in a phone call? Somebody being chased by pigeons? I don't know. What is spooky to you? It's above 26 degrees. 26 is when you pass out. 27 is the lowest you can stay at. When I was a child, I once stomped into a bumblebee that was like on the grass, and that was painful. Like, it's not a good idea to do that. I can tell you that. mean, this is probably one of the reasons why I never leave the house, like, without enough clothes. And I haven't been barefoot, like, in the outdoors, pretty much since I was stung by that. I mean, you wouldn't believe what kind of shit is in the grass. Almost literally. Thank you. See you. Well, it's the record for beating the game and beating all the bosses. Yeah. You don't really need that much HP, that much XP. crazy looks. Maybe people were just traumatized by it and couldn't really, you know, word a response. Because if they get one, I get like a faster turn. You know when your limit break bar fills up the first time in a battle, or just when it fills up, you have like double dexterity for your next turn, so you get basically a free extra turn. That's why I did that. I wouldn't use them either. I mean, I wouldn't use limit breaks anyway. So I just have them, if they fill up, I get another turn very soon. Well, of this I've only done like 4 once before. It's called the Power Zone. It has like, I don't know the exact number, but it's pretty average. Yeah, it's just before Material Keeper in a box, in a chest before Material Keeper. That was actually quite a good battle. I got a lot of death blow hits. That was quite good. Yeah, I've beaten the game with a weapon. It's not really that. I mean, the weapon is probably the best accessory, but it's not really necessary to beat the game at all. Hey, Sly, I'm good, how are you? I don't really know, but I haven't seen any, as far as I can tell. I haven't ever been bitten by a spider, I think, and I wouldn't know really. I don't really think there's any dangerous spiders here, no. It's kind of just too up north, you know. The further north you go, the colder it gets, and the worse it gets for spiders and mosquitoes and stuff to survive. So I don't really think there's anything dangerous to the spiders here. Just cougars and bears. I don't know if that's a joke or if that's supposed to be taken the way you say it. Well, yeah, it's looking quite good. See you. Don't die, Coca. You go out in the bush to see cougars and bears. I mean, you can see them in the city too. I think that's where they live. Damn, I hate this game. Hey, fine lines. Well, I'm currently 5 minutes ahead, but I'm gonna lose some time because I was hit by the amazing wind wall. Maybe lost a minute or so, but it's still looking fairly good. I mean, if it's a blurry, can't you see the blue? There's quite a lot of blue actually on my splits, and some green. It's quite a lot of blue. That was actually good. You know, maybe I was even actually caught by the wind wall in my old run too, because I should have lost time, but it doesn't seem like I will lose any time. Yeah, in fact I even gained more time, so I'm sure I was caught by the wind wall in my old run too. No. I mean, you can't really max out cover by now, it just takes too much AP. You know, actually I'm ahead by 5 minutes and 40 seconds. In case it seems like it's 6:40, it's actually just 5:40. But whatever. My average level right now is probably like, I don't know, 20 something. If you mean me. does it feel? It feels like a funeral without free fruits. Can you imagine? That's how it feels. You don't actually get Sephiroth. He's not supposed to be gotten. Do you mean Vincent? Because you can't really get Sephiroth. He's just a temporary character. You only have him for the camp flashback, and not ever again afterwards. Yeah, I think I'm not being talked to, it's just that I'm trying to be part of this conversation, but I don't care. Well, any percent just means to beat the game as fast as possible. And that doesn't, I mean, you can just skip all the other all the bosses, you just have to beat the game. But in all bosses you have to actually beat all the bosses and then beat the game. So that's two very different incentives. Like two very different ones. The first one is just beat the game, the second one is beat all the bosses and the game. Because there's a couple of optional bosses in FF7 that you don't have to beat any percent. Also there's a sunrise outside. I just noticed. The sky is like blue and red, it kind of looks quite picturesque. Well, that's neat. I probably will do something after this, yes. I'm not really sure yet what, but I'm probably gonna do another one after this. But I don't really know yet what one. Isn't it Which world I would like to live in? That's interesting. I mean, they're all kind of screwed, aren't they? I don't know. I don't think any of the FF worlds have particularly agreeable conditions to live in. The wrong words? What is the wrong words? You see, that's the thing I have to say about like places that are prone to earthquakes. I mean, if you live in such a place, then you should be aware that an earthquake might strike every day. So if you want to live in Medial, then it doesn't seem like it's gonna be a safe place to live in. What about the Pokemon worlds? I mean, people don't die in it, do they? Don't tell me they do. That would be so sad. Only Pokemons die. I mean, there's Pokemon cemeteries, but not real human cemeteries, are they? So, I mean, that just proves that humans don't die in the world, or do they? Because they don't have cemeteries. So, I mean, do they eat the corpses, or do they use them to heat their houses? I mean, they have no cemeteries, so I assume that nobody dies, right? It's called Icicle Inn. That's how you think you're gonna die? I mean, I read about the singularity, and I know people assume that that's how we are gonna stop dying, because it's gonna lead to immortality. But you think it's gonna lead to death, like global execution? I don't know. I mean, I don't really know. It's, you know, I think it might not lead to either. It just might be once more a totally over-exaggerated thing. You know, that just shows people how people are wrong so often. They even assume that I died because my stream was on and I was asleep. Well, you know, the thing about technological singularity is that people don't even agree on what it's going to be like. You know, there's different variations of what it would mean and how fast it would be and whatever. So I mean, surely you can always picture the end of the world. You know, but just nuclear war could cause that. You don't need technological singularity for that. So. Hey, Spec. Some stories of random things. Well, were you there when I mentioned the knowledge I incurred about the intrauterine cannibalism in sharks? In case you weren't there, I'm just repeated that for you. I mean, I guess in the very distant future, like, people won't have jobs anymore because pretty much nothing will be needed because there's robots and stuff for, you know, a lot of things. So the world will have to change a lot because humans just aren't really needed for many things, and that's just kind of how it is. You know, actually there was a case that when someone passed the Turing test, like an AI. But you know, the thing about the Turing test is that it's not exactly good. I mean, it's not exactly very helpful to pass the Turing test. You know, like a bot that posed as a teenage boy from the Ukraine or something passed the Turing test because of how bad it actually was. I mean, being able to convince someone that you're a human doesn't really prove much. Well, that would of course be the worst possible future, when AIs friendzone you. Let's hope that never happens. This is the Steam version. I mean, if you want to deal with scary things, you can always like Google something of Les Wong. In case you haven't heard of it, you can probably look up Worko's Basilisk. It's... I don't know. It's apparently a spooky thing. Well, the Icicle place is called Icicle Inn. You know, the entire village is called Icicle Inn. They have an inn there, but the place is called Icicle Inn, which is kind of strange. pass the secret mod test. That's how you become a mod here. Yeah, if you make a good cause, like if you're saying that your happiness depends on it to become a mod tier, or like if you're, I don't know, if you're about to die or something, you know, those are reasons I would make you a mod. So, you know, something traumatic that you have to deal with. I mean, how many people do you expect me to actually know in real life that I know on Twitch? Pretty much close to 0. Really? How many do you have? You know, I have to admit though that recently I had this realization that actually what I find even more attractive than Australian government bonds are New Zealand government bonds. So I think that for the foreseeable future I will only really get turned on by New Zealand government bonds. I'm afraid to tell you that. But, well, I don't know. I mean, people I've met in real life that I know on Twitch, that you might know yourself, probably only Seraph. I mean, I met a couple of people on the RDSA, but I don't know. I guess the only person you really would know would be Seraph. Hey Quas, how are you? Why should there be such a VC mods? Wouldn't that be just very spooky? When you would make those squeaky noises all the time. What is my opinion? I mean, obviously you can. I mean, you can just declare something as 100% and want that. And, well, if you don't like it, then you don't have to want it. You know, that's my opinion. I mean, if you just say that you can't define it what way whatsoever, then that's kind of pointless, because I mean, you can always say that, you know, you can always find it in some way, and if you just say that that's not possible, then you just basically, you know, I don't see why you would say that, because you can find it one way and just run that, and if you don't like it, then you don't have to run it. But saying that it's not possible is kind of, I know, it seems kind of pointless to say that. H, put that up. No, I don't get Phoenix. I just destroy this whole place. And you'll see what I mean very soon. I burn the entire place down. There's no Phoenix that I will get. Nobody has got time for that. Well, this is how you do it the fastest way. This is good RNG and just getting better at the game, it seems, or just at this one. You know, this is only like the 5th one or so, the 5th time I'm doing this. So, that's one of the reasons why I'm ahead, because I've just done this finally a little bit more often. No, because that actually takes longer to do that. You have to actually have the timer run out, and that will take 10 minutes. I mean, I don't try to just destroy everything, I just do what's fastest. And having Fort Condor destroyed is fastest, but having North Korea destroyed is not fastest, so I don't do that. You just win the train battles. No, you have to get there, go there. You can't skip that. You have to go there and do something there. How's it going? I'm good, how are you? Did something happen to TunaBots? Because he's not responding to things. Yeah, about 3 hours are left, exactly. Well, you can use glitches to beat the game in less than 3 hours. That's how. I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. that's true. Why are they so strong? Well, are they? I didn't want to use an ether. A little low. I see. I mean, at this point the only characters I could use were Sith, Wet, Cait, Sith, and Barrett. And of these three characters, Barrett is just the lowest levels. Therefore I didn't choose Barrett. Hey Mr. Chang, how are you? Yeah, someone else has won this, but only one other person, called Creative Alley. And he has won this I think like 2 or 3 times. He actually first did this, and then I did this, and I liked it, so I'm winning this. Why? I don't know why, but it just has. Well, basically the reason why is that the PC version is based off an earlier build of FF7 than the PlayStation version. So basically the PC version is an earlier version, and therefore, well, inherently more glitchy. Why? I don't know why, but they just did. Don't ask me. I'm not Square Enix, I mean Square at that point. Squaresoft. Well, there's Jeffrey warping and there's battle mode warping. So, you know, warp glitches are PC only. Well, yeah, it came out in 1998, and it's basically identical to the later PC versions. It's just slightly more buggy yet. It's not really stable, and, well... a good time for stories, yeah, I can see why. Unfortunately, I don't really have a storage of stories to unfold here. Well, I don't know, make it a surprise. I'm gonna make it a surprise. If there will be a sleep stream or not. I mean, I can't tell you right now, otherwise you wouldn't be surprised, now would you? So... Well, I took off my headsets and I just wanted to relax for like a minute, but apparently I went to bed and left my stream on without realizing that. how does he reload his hand? That's a good question. Determination and willpower and Hello Kitty and magic. Well, what did you expect me to be? At around 5 hours 49 minutes. I mean, I wasn't pausing. This was a section in which the text auto scrolls, so I wasn't losing any time. You know. There might have been coke too. Oh hey, thanks very much, Illusionary One. Thank you. Yeah, this is no Midgar skip because there's bosses in Midgar that if you do the Midgar skip you can't fight. So this is no Midgar skip, yes. Yeah, I fight all weapons because they're bosses, so that's what all bosses means. Am I supposed to know who Francis is? Who is Francis slash Boogie? I have no idea. Would you mind telling me? I see. World records? Yes. Maybe no. Possibly. Who knows? Maybe you should ask Santa Claus and he might have an answer. So is he on YouTube or what's he doing? I don't know. I don't really know that many YouTube famous people, like, I don't really follow any big people on YouTube. I really only follow How to Basic because, you know, I need to know some things in life, and when I want to learn these things, I usually watch a How to Basic video on them. But that's about it really. I don't know. So I don't really know any of those famous YouTube people. those are magic manta rays. Probably stingrays. Magic manta stingrays. I mean, how do you think Pokemon work? Tell me that. How does Gyarados fight outside of water? Do you have an answer for that? Hey, the meats. Well, I'm glad myself. I didn't really have much time to stream, so that's the reason why I didn't stream. But I do have some more time right now, so I can stream more regularly again. I probably won't stream that much, like every day or every second day, but well, I can at least stream more than not at all. I don't think I will, because I don't really find that category interesting. That was a pretty relaxed battle. He didn't start with any lapis laser, which is like extremely safe. I couldn't like think of any new categories, you know. And I'm kind of happy with the ones I have right now. I have to like, I want to optimize this more. Dude, why did I split here? Don't ask me. Makes no sense. I mean, I also still do FF8 100%. FF9 I really have to do more. Like, you know, I still want to do 100% in FF9 eventually, but it's gonna take a while before I can do that. I didn't want to read this. No, 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 no. Dude, it's such a waste of time. Hey Blackie-chan. I'm good, how are you? Well, roughly 20 hours, maybe more. I know they can be fulfilling one time, but like, what do they have to them that would make them a boss? I mean, there's a couple of missable enemies that you can only fight one time. There's also Scotch in the Continuous Mention. Hey, Cephalopadra. But I mean, they're just unique enemies, but I don't see why there should be a boss. Z. asking that? Are you German? Is that a hard word? I don't know. Well, but how would you know? You don't even have the world record in beer drinking, do you? So, I feel you might lack authority in answering those transcendental birthday questions. Hey, Metapi. How did I get back in? Well, I think no one really knows how they get mods, because I am applying the secret mod test, and no one really knows when they're taking it, if they're passing it. So I don't want to tell people what it means to be a mod or not. Yeah, I'm gonna kill every boss, and the weapons are bosses, so that includes them, yes. What is Bluffy? It's just a FrankerFaceZ emote. In case you don't know what FrankerFaceZ is, it's but I mean, if you know, then you will know. It's just a common emote, and it's just, you know, a set of customary emotes you can get. No, it's worse than taking a math test. I mean, a math test is easy, isn't it? But the mod test is difficult and convoluted and mysterious. Hey, counts. No, they don't. I mean, you could argue that the final one counts, but you have to do that anyway, so... I mean, if you ask me if you want to be a mod, I'd probably make you a mod, but... you know, nobody really cares, I think. It's really... I don't even know why you want to be a mod, like... What's gonna happen to your life? I wonder, like... Will your parents... include you in the will again or something, because if that's the case, then I might make you a mod if it makes your life much better, but otherwise I don't really get the big deal of it. Thank you, Kyle. See you. Well, I don't really know, that doesn't really convince me. You know, you could still buy a dog or a cat, become the crazy cat person. You don't really need women, you can always still, you know, become the crazy cat lady or the crazy cat sir. I mean, I already have the world record for this, which is 8 hours and 32 minutes and 41 seconds. So my splits are world record and PB splits at the same time. Am I a werewolf? That's silly, I mean... Why a werewolf? If anything, I'd be a vampire. Maybe a cyborg. You know, I was a cyborg a while ago. I had a plaster on my hand, like a band-aid, but I had to take it off, so I'm not a cyborg anymore. But I could become one again. I have more band-aids I could, you know, put on and become a machine again. Yeah, it includes all the weapons, yes. But wouldn't you have to have excessive body hair to be a werewolf? What would the world be like if everyone was a clone of me? I don't know. It would be a world that would feast only with tuna, and there probably would be no more tuna because we would have really like overfished it. It would be a sad world. But maybe we would have already introduced synthetic tuna. You know, there also would be no more pineapples. Pineapples would be extinct, and probably also weapons. Do I ever worry about that? No. Do you? haven't played any of them now. Do I eat beef? Sometimes. Not very often though. Yeah. Good grades. Wow, thank you very much, Revenues. Thank you. Running? What do you mean by running? You mean like running in the outdoors? Like literally running on your feet? I always hated running. Oh my god, thank you, the clouds. I'm shocked, I'm shocked, I'm shocked. A back attack here is really, are you kidding me? What the fuck is wrong with you? That's what a back attack here is. I am still gonna leave this place again, so oh my god, what the fuck? I'm getting 2 encounters like that. Hey, Coach Massey. need to lose weight? Why do you need to lose weight? I don't know. For medical reasons or just because you want to lose weight? 500 calories a day, that is a good weight into a eating disorder. I think I did that last time too. I forgot to pick up the key to the ancients. Amazing. I mean, it's not really that much of a waste of time, but maybe minutes. What is a Mediterranean diet exactly? Yeah, I mean, it sounds unlikely, but if you just stream with no ends, you won't really gain much weight unless you eat, which I don't, so this is probably a very good way to lose weight. Just don't eat, just stream, and, you know, don't sleep either, because sleep probably doesn't help you burn weight. So don't eat, don't sleep, just don't put anything in your body. And don't sleep, and just, you know, jump around the house, do some cartwheels, maybe a handstand, anything. There's such a thing as an American diet. It sounds... is that an actual term? She gonna die anyways? Well, maybe the technological singularity won't kill you, but allow you to attain immortality. One or the others, it might be it. Dudes, you shouldn't take my advice seriously, because otherwise you probably are dead already anyway. I mean, if you want advice, take what I say, reverse it, and then maybe take it. Well, if you reverse that part, then what do you get? I wonder. You know, I already mentioned that, but one of the things I realized is that I realized in quite a shock actually that I don't have a video that tells you how you eat tuna. Can you believe that? I need to actually make the video very soon, like a tutorial on how to eat tuna. I mean, shouldn't you expect me to have made that already? I mean, what do I have YouTube for if not for that? I don't know. So I have to do that, I realize at some point. A tutorial where I explain you how to make tuna, how to serve it. And that is very high on my priority list, because you might starve without that knowledge. It's my mission to, you know, to allow you to survive with the powers of tuna and my culinary knowledge. Well, it's certainly healthier than dog poo, or maybe, I don't know, human brains, which could give you a cure, a flying disease. I mean, yeah, you could probably live off just vegetables, but you have to, you know, you might have to wash them. I mean, if you just buy, I don't know, chips, you can just open the package and, like, shove it up all in your mouth. If you buy a tomato, you have to probably wash it first. I don't know. Tomato? Are you telling me how I'm supposed to say the word tomato? What do I say about that? A world where only I am alive? And everything is just pineapple? That sounds like, there's a book outside. I mean, there's a book out that's called I Have No Mouth But I Must Scream. That is very similar in that plot. It's probably as scary, spooky, gruesome, grotesque, garbage. Tomato. Yeah, probably. Wait, actually I think it's called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, whatever. It's a short story. I need to do the Wutai bosses, and in order to do them I have to have Jaffe. You know, because they become at least WAPS becomes inaccessible on disc 3, so that's why I'm doing that right now. I'm trying to steal a Dazer. That's bad. They will get turns until there's no tomorrow. I'm gonna pick up Vincent later too, yes. Dude, just steal this shit, what's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? No, I hate pineapple pizza. I mean, I don't really hate it, but I don't like it. I don't really like fruit on pizza. It doesn't satisfy me. It just tastes, you know, like putting a sock in a cake and calling that great. Doesn't really work. Well, I'm gonna tell you, if you don't like strange things, you're not gonna like it. I mean, probably biologically tomatoes are fruits, but you know, culinarily, they are considered vegetable, I think. I mean, what would you call mushrooms? Are they fruits? Are they vegetables? I mean, I guess technically they are neither. They are another species, but they're probably closest to vegetables, mushrooms. Well, they are fungi. That's just basically what mushroom means in Latin. you know, they are fungi just like the thing that you have in your showers, but you shouldn't eat that, I think. Why? Because he has no other friends. I mean, to be fair, only Cait, Sith and Jaffe betray him. The other characters don't really betray him. So that's 2 out of 8 of his allies, that's 1 and 4. I don't really know how close it is to the real world, like if every 4th person in the real world betrays you too. I don't know, maybe. Because Don Corneo thinks that's good. I mean, he or rather his minions put them there because, I don't know, apparently that's what he's into. You know, 100% I have to actually learn Join here on Godo, but since I don't care about enemy skills, I can just actually kill Code and kill Godo immediately, which is really neat. Hey, you easy pizza. Yeah, it is. I do that in 100% in 100% once. That's very possible, yes. Well, I go to university and I major in mathematics. Meta ethics, well, that's probably also a field, why not? But no, I don't major in meta ethics. What do you wear to one? I don't know. Anything special? You know, because the unweapon is immune to physical attacks until you've used 2 limit breaks, or 2 summons, or 1 summon, 1 limit break. I am using this to make him physically vulnerable, since I only had 1 limit break already. No, I haven't. You think I'm Japanese? Yeah, that's a common glitch with the diamond weapon battle. It plays the track that plays your last visit. Hey Storm. Yeah, I also do FF8 and FF9. I'm like 53. Please, I'm not that old yet. I have seen Clicker Heroes, and I don't think I will. It's a bad game. It's also a fairly boring game. A hideous game. A highly immoral game. Probably FF9 because a lot of things are very random in it. And generally it's very inconsistent. How old is Elena's Morissette? I think she's like 40 something. But I thought she was 80, but apparently not. She's only 40 something, I guess. Maybe 50 something. Of course I will, I'm 53. Would I lie to you? It's impossible. How can he still be alive? He has really good life insurance. I don't really know. I think maybe FF7 or FF8. Not really FF9. I mean, technically you can't miss it. You know, I won't get it to you. I will just take it up in one village. If you don't get it in Midgar, you just take it up to one village, which is exactly what I will do because that's faster. Well, you can try. Seriously, why do you think I'm Japanese? I wonder, like, what exactly made you assume in the first place I was Japanese? Well, I said I was Franco-Korean. Yeah, it does have a German translation. It also has a French and Spanish one, I think. Chinese or something. I see, I see. That's very interesting. You have German cousins? Are you German yourself? And why would you know what your German cousin sounds like in English? I mean, do they speak English to you? I mean, you would have to know what they sound in English, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't really help you much, know what it's. An Asian twang. Wow, it is remarkable. think I need to step up my I need to step up my fake British accent game again. If I've become so transparent. How do you tell a French girl that you're not interested? You go to a house and you defecate in front of her door or something, probably. because I got Jaffe so late that naming or changing my name wouldn't help me save any more time. I also won't rename Vincent's, because their names just don't come up often enough to save the time. You know, you shorten the name to one character because every time the name comes up, it takes time to display them character by character, so if there's fewer characters, it just takes less time. But because I get Vincent and Jaffe so late, it doesn't really matter what they're called. Yeah, this is all bosses, so of course that's more than just beating the game. There's some optional stuff, yes. Well, it seems so, kinda, right now. No. I mean, you have to do the Wutai bosses, and to do those you have to get Jaffe. No, Jaffe doesn't count as a boss, he's just an enemy, not a boss. I mean, to be fair, I have one competitor for this, at least, right now. But yeah, I mean, I get your point. There's really not much competition, so I mean, it's not like I really care about world records to begin with, to be fair. What does that even entail after a war? Like, what kind of war? A nuclear war? And what do you mean by build up again? Like, we populate, we civilize, we furnish, we design, just paint everything in a new color? I don't really know what you mean. Whatever war I want. What about a currency war? You know, that's a fun war. You know, the great currency war between Dogecoin and Bitcoin. That would be a scary war, I guess. Do you mean over? Maybe under? Maybe just about an hour. You know, it's sad that we don't have tuna coin. That's the real shame. Well, why are you so negative? There's probably worse ideas than having a deflationary currency. That's... I mean, I don't know, there could be worse things, I guess. No, there's only one spot for the Earth Harp, but some treasures have multiple spots. Okay, I know what I did wrong. There was only a minor time loss though. You have to make sure that Jaffe does not get a limit break, because otherwise that is really bad. Because you can't use double cut then, and that's terrible. Well, this is the beginning of just endless 999. From now on, you won't really see any 8-0 damage than that. Just triple 9s. I mean quadruple 9s. Is this mid-gun? I don't like that. I should have taken off counterattack for a reason. Yeah, this is kinda shitty. Well, you'll find out very soon. I mean, it's less than an hour. Wait. I know why I took off counterattack. I should have taken counterattack immediately. This is a very bad idea to not take it off. Will you take a... Dude, just go somewhere, please. Okay, wherever that is, I will go there eventually. Counterattack really sucks, it's garbage. I don't even know why I took it. We gave it to her to begin with. I'm gonna go to a Media first and buy stuff there. actually saved 3 seconds, that's interesting. I made a mistake with ultimate weapon here, but whatever. Hey Billy, I'm good, how are you? You know, I think I didn't save any time, it's just that I do something in a different order this time. So you probably should disregard the splits. Oh, so why do they have this crypt? I mean, why do they have so many coffins? Don't they have a cemetery somewhere? Why do they have so many skulls? I mean, I don't know. What's the point of all of this? Seems like a pretty strange place. What do I drink? Well, I basically only drink water, Coke and iced tea. That's pretty much the only thing I ever drink, really. I don't really drink something special when I speedrun. Yeah, iced tea. What about iced tea? Don't you like iced tea? Well, this game has one cutscene break at about 5 hours. No sugar. She has the curse ring, which automatically gives her a death sentence, so that's the countdown. When it reaches 0, she dies. I don't add any sugar. Having a fit? Do I sound like that? I don't know. Because that's the only place where you can encounter enough of those enemies. If there's only one enemy in the field and you kill it, then you can't duplicate it. There's also you can also morph power sources in the Guernica and in Gongaga, but there's only one enemy in the field then, so you can't really duplicate it. Well, mainly limit breaks just don't compare to double cuts. I mean, that's the main reason why I don't really use limit breaks. I mean, the later ones are quite okay, but I just don't have them. There is some good limit breaks, but I don't get them in this one. I have to do this 2 times, so one more time, then I will fight Emerald Weapon. The origin of this glitch? Well, it's not really hard to discover this glitch. It was just discovered like accidentally, and that's pretty much all there is to it, really. I'm waiting for the appearance of this amazing green thing. Dude, he can appear in front of the Gallica sometimes. Am I too close to it or something? Or something? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to chase him, like, just appear, man. Don't be a meanie. Dudes. Dudes. What the fuck? Well, this took forever, but whatever. I could have used Big Guard, yes. Something I actually wanted to do last one already, but I just used Haste, all. Big Guard would have been slightly better, but whatever. You don't really need it. Keyword rings increase your attack, magic attack, defense and magic defense by 30%. You can use up to 4 to double those 4 stats. They are extremely useful. Yeah, I mean the only way to get hero rings level 7, you can find some. In Icicle Inn there's one, and also Northern Cave. Like next to that, you can only win them from Chocobo Racing, which is kind of tedious, really. He doesn't, because his eyes don't remain long enough for him to use it. He can only use that attack if his eyes stay there long enough, but that never happens. I kill off the eyes soon enough, so he just will never use that attack. I mean, the attack is called Atom Storm, and what it does, it deals damage equal to your number of materia on a character times 1111. So if you have one materia, it's 1111, and well, so on. And if you have just another materia, that's 9999. But it's not a guaranteed 9999. It can even deal 0 if you have no materia equipped at all. Hey, Total. Yeah, you can. That's overflow damage, but that's a glitch. I mean, as you probably imagine, this battle is pretty safe now. Pretty much nothing can go wrong unless I make a mistake now. Just a matter of time until he dies. He has 1 million HP. You know, actually I don't want to get 4 times cut here, because if I had 4 times cuts, I would only have 4 times cuts, not double cuts, and when you have 4 times cuts, the targets are chosen randomly, so if I attacked during the eye phase when his eyes are out, I could attack the body involuntarily, and when you attack the body, he will counter-attack, and that's bad, so you don't want that to happen. So that's why I really don't want to have 4 times cuts, but only double cuts. Now the eye phase is over, you can't use Atom Storm, because it's just... he doesn't get enough turns in it. If I remained in it longer, he would use it eventually, but he just always dies. I mean, his eyes are always killed off often, soon enough, so that he can't use that attack. I mean, they're called eyes, so I guess they are his eyes. Yeah, it has 1 million HP exactly. Actually, Ruby has only 800,000. Ruby does not have 1 million, but only 800,000. I don't have Mach yet, I only have Seal at this point. this is no overflow. You can't overflow the ruby weapon, his defense is just too high. This is Knights of the Round with Vincent's Mug glitch. What did I think when I first started with VII? I mean, what did I think of the game? About... just, I don't know. Well, it only works with Vincent's. When Vincent has one of those 5 weapons equipped that I'm gonna mention, and uses Mug, the animation of the attack that follows Mug is skipped. Just the animation of the attack in itself, which is the animation. And he has to have one of those weapons, Death Penalty, Sniper CR, Winchester Long Barrel R and Short Barrel. Those are basically his rifles. I don't really know how, like, why it works exactly, but if he has one of those weapons equipped and uses Mug, then the animation of the attack that follows is skipped. I mean, I just did, you know, the power source duping. I think I did it in my last one, before Lost Number, and this one I did after. So I just did Lost Number earlier, and that's why I saved time. Then lost it again, it seems. Yeah, there's not much time left, like about 10 minutes or so. mean, the debug is in the PlayStation version as well, but in the PC version you can actually access it. You can actually access it with glitches, but on PlayStation it doesn't seem possible. So you can actually get into the debug room on PC just with glitches. You don't need to like use a game check or something like that. You can just get into it via glitches, and that is pretty remarkable if you ask me. No, I never even played Kingdom Hearts, to be honest. I don't know, it doesn't really interest me. Hey, biodegradation. Well, I didn't actually sleep after the stream, I slept during the stream, which was quite relaxing. Yeah, in the end I did actually miss people. I don't know. Who needs weapons? Well, this was the same thing as against Would-Be Weapon, Vincent's Mucklage with Knights of the Rounds. I mean, you can see the cloud was absorbing like 2000 MP. There was the absorption of MP from Knights of the Rounds. And in this battle I actually skip Sephiroth's death animation. You could see that the battle just fades out to black. Normally he dies in a very slow animation, and that's because I skip his death animation with Vincent's Mucklage here. Hey Sega Chief. Well, I'm gonna do something after this, so I'm gonna stream something like right now. Once this one is over, I'm gonna do another one. So, well. We'll see you then. Well, this is the record now. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. I think I can redo it there. Yeah, let's go redo. Hey, where is everyone? Question mark. I'm glad you're all safe! Exclamation mark!
They all seem to be safe too. But know what we're going to do. Hurley should be moving soon. And that means this place will. Our lady luck, don't fail me now. The flower girl, question mark. Wait a minute. What's going to happen to Midgar? We can't let that happen. I had everyone take refuge in the slums. But the way things are now, it's too late for Holy. A meteor is approaching the planet. Holy is having the opposite effect. Forget Midgar. We've got to worry about the planet. What's that? What's that? Exclamation mark, question mark. What the hell is that? nice stream. It's coming.
Let's hope this time I don't fall asleep during the credits. I know it's risky, but I might take my headset off again and hopefully not fall asleep when I return. So yeah, be warned. I might not return in time. Omega. Not this time, not this time.